Hello everyone and welcome to today's stream. I am Mage 1011 and today we are playing some more Final Fantasy XIV Endwalker Part 9. Last time we got done with Garlemald and went to the moon. This time we're going to see what we can do on the moon. I'm excited. One could say I am over the moon with excitement. Bad puns. Anyway, let's talk to the Watcher. Sea of Sorrow. The Watcher would have you deal with the specters haunting the moon. You must confront those lost souls, yes, but you need not expel them by might of arm. A feather touch, a firm word. Simple methods may send them away. Faint echoes as they are. Were the strength to of sentiment that drive were the strength of sentiment that drives them, however, emotions that do not fade even with the passage of centuries. And make haste, though yet distant, unwelcome guests draw closer. More Lamentorum is the name of the place we are. It is a place on the moon. Nook City. I know how. Well, I'm on the right floor. Am I? Speak with the faded spirit. So what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be playing Gunbreaker for the rest of the expansion. And then post-expansion, I'm going to be playing a different class. One that I will be leveling off screen. Faded Spirit. Where? When? How long? Dreaming Spirit. Was it truly so long ago? speak with the forlorn spirit. We were happy, at peace with the star. We returned to it, helped it grow with our will, our creations. Somber spirit. We were the star's beating heart, its life. Every soul a drop of blood flowing through its veins. To live, to learn, to create, to make it better. The star flourished as we did. Do you remember? As the whispers die, the final spirit fades. No shadows of times long lost remain around the drowning brand. Doggo! An unusually lustrous dog is gazing at you with what seems to be fond anticipation. It appears to be waiting for you to follow it. Follow the lustrous dog and try not to fall behind. I can't set to follow. Sorry for the noise. I have spit stuck in my sinuses. The dog seemingly regards the spirit that lurks near the brand. Temperamental spirit. We and the star were fulfilled. Wanted for naught. Mourned for naught. So why? Why did it have to end? Good thing I'm not a spellcaster, because these things' attacks just happen to silence. Temperamental spirit. The final days taught us to fear a death forced upon us. The injustice of duty and dreams left unfulfilled. The grief of unexpected parting. Swift as darkness, cold as ash. Such tragedy, yet no catharsis. Such truth, yet no consolation. As the whispers die, the spirit fades. All is silent and still around the numbing brand. So the numbing brand appears to be lightning, while the drowning brand was water. The lustrous dog is once again staring at you expectantly. And who are you to deny it? Follow and try not to fall behind. To make this a little easier, I'm gonna mount up. Of course a doggo gets a doggo mount to follow. So numbing was lightning, water was drowning. Wind was the only one that didn't break, so we're not gonna know what that one's called. And then one of them was repaired already, so... The dog silently regards the shadow that lurks near the brand. Our perfection came crumbling down, such overwhelming despair. In that moment, we knew the end was nigh. The faintest glimmer of hope remained. We gave our lives that others may live. We gave our lives to Zordar. Zordar, our Lord and Savior. To forge our world anew. life, birth paradise where fear is a distant memory. Pardon me, but would you be so kind as to step aside? Ah, that unmistakable color. The soul of Azim. But not the friend I knew, I think. Nevertheless, you are you. Hmm. So it itself meant for you to have it. You seem surprised. Why not? Okay, I'm gonna stop reading it before he's done talking. You seem surprised. Why might that be? We meet again, Hythlodaeus. Again, I do not believe I have yet had the pleasure. M itself created a shade in my likeness, and not only me, but all of Vamarot. How very like him. Asleep to sentiment, even after an eternity. As you may have guessed, I differ from the shades you met before. No mere approximation, but the original. A soul sacrificed to Zodiac. We remember in vivid detail the events leading to our purgatory. The plans and plots for the reconstruction, Heidelin's intervention, and Zodiac and the Stars' final fate. And then we drifted in a waking dream, our minds steeped in fog, until you came. I know not what you and your friends intend for Zodiac and the future of the star. Nevertheless, I choose to, in you I place my trust and faith. In you I choose to believe, like as I myself did. Believe in yourself. All will be well. More new arrivals. So, and Daniel, that color I know. And another I do not. An unfamiliar, but fearsome being. I have kept you from your duty. By way of apology, I will ensure that the shades hinder you no more. Protect the final brand. Farewell, my new old friend. We only have a couple weeks to get through Endwalker and the final and the post Endwalker. Let's do this. The Martyr. Something has raised the lustrous dogs. Something has raised the lustrous dog's shackles. Oh, hackles. The dog growls, agitated. We must protect the brand. Come on, boy. The dog nudges you with its nose. You get the feeling it wants you to hop on. Ride the dog. Doggo! And we get to see the brands from above.
in the nick of time to savor the crowning triumph. Unbound and free at last. Arise, Zodiac! Deprived of heart and will by the loss of dearest Elidibus. A creature of pure instinct, wanting for guidance. But powerful, oh so powerful. More so with every passing moment. Such potential, even in this incomplete state. Still the savior who delivered a world from certain doom.
So, here we stand. You know my intent. Consume the god, then the world. Stoke your fury to a raging inferno, and dance among the ashes. Or perhaps you would face me here and now. A lesser but welcome amusement. Yes, a taste to whet the appetite.
Sorry to spoil the moment, but might I ask that you postpone the slaughter until I've said my piece? I promise I will be brief. Do you remember when I told you that I wanted to die and take everyone with me? I meant it.
Okay, so who wants to join me for this? We are the savior. We are the guardian, the keeper of the natural order. We are the martyr, the bestower of new beginnings.
Such lofty aspirations! And what sweet irony that the world's saviors will become the agents of its destruction!
It cannot end this way. We must return. We are at the will to start now and forever. For the greater good, for the sake of the world.
Wrong, 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 wrong! lies and delusion! The dead have no power over me. You will be silent. Silent as the grave!
Lord, we beg you. The smart must endure.
Believe and walk in faith. Let the light of your soul shine for all to see.
Familiar stranger.
Not quite the outcome you'd imagined, but a fitting one nonetheless. Don't you think so, Hades?
All I craved and more. Boundless power. Mine to command. I had intended to pit my fractured divinity against Xenos. But a more tempting option presents itself. The greatest obstacle to my ambition. You will trouble me no longer.
So, who in chat wants to join me for fighting Zodiark? The Dark Inside. I'm gonna take some screenshots. That's a good strat. Screenshots. Well, it's easier to get if you actually play, actually see the entire story. Oh, you say you don't got, but you don't get, as in you don't get the story, you don't have it. Oh well. Anyway, we're gonna queue up since no one in chat wants to join me. Endwalker Trials, The Dark Inside. Zodiac's shackles have finally been broken, bringing his millennia-long imprisonment to an end. This premature awakening is the work of Van Daniel, who has cast aside his duty as an Ascian and turned the god of darkness against the very star he was created to protect. With Zodiac's unfathomable power at his disposal, Van Daniel has selected his first victim, the Warrior of Light, who has ever been a thorn in the Ascian's side. AKA your character. Let's do this. The Dark Inside. Eternal Darkness, Zodiac.
Establishing connection. All creation shall bend to my will.
Okay, I'll maintain. Oh.
The end has come, and it will be beautiful.
Oh, fuck, ow.
The marvels of circus were but playthings.
That is a laser of some kind. Oh. I have no clue what I'm doing.
Malice! Become flesh!
Okay, that's an easy enough AoE to avoid.
Will you live to see the end?
Okay, so we need to stay to this side for that.
Soon my hold of
see.
shall be complete!
The shape of the circle determines the type of AoE. That was a triangle.
Mine! All mine! At last, I am become Zodiac. The natural order overturned.
It's gonna turn that way, so I need to be here.
All in existence, bent to my will.
Oh, I just got in. I just got out of range.
My life's work, my masterpiece.
Ow.
How I've waited for this day.
It's going to rotate, so it's going. We need to be over here.
All in existence, bent to my will. The great cataclysm, faithfully recreated. From broken skies fall tears of flame. All shall burn.
It's gonna be this way. Ow, fuck. Ah, I see. The stars.
Will you live to see the end?
Up. Okay. Next try.
The end has come, and it will be beautiful. The marvels of circus were but playthings.
That's a triangle, meaning it's going to be. I need to be over here. That is a circle. No, it's a square. Square, square, square. We need to be on this side. So it's what's inside the circle is the actual
Malice! Become flesh!
learning process. which might take AoE damage.
Will you live to see the end?
That's a stack.
Soon my hold over Zodiac shall be complete! Mine! All mine! At last, I am become Zodiac! The natural order overturned!
Need to get over here because it's going to turn.
All in existence, bent to my will! My life's work! My masterpiece!
Let's see, this is gonna hit in the middle, then the sides. I got hit by the
How
side.
I've waited for this day!
It's gonna turn sideways, so we need to go over here.
All in existence, bent to my will! The great cataclysm, faithfully recreated! From broken skies fall tears of flame!
Okay, so this is gonna be here.
All shall burn!
We need to go middle, then we need to go corner. Oh. I misread that first one, but it's okay.
Will you live to see the end?
We're doing better. See, this is gonna rotate, so we need to be over here.
All in existence, bent to my will! Will you live to see the end?
Take down the damage he does during this. This is a square, we need to be on the if on this side of the map. While also being over here.
I have no need for restraint.
Square. 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 Now he's doing multiple of those. This is going to rotate, so we need to be over.
All in existence, bent to my will!
Nope, I'm not safe. I'm not safe at all. I misread that.
Will you live to see the end?
Okay, so we have a triangle. We need to be over here. Then we have middle, sides. That's probably going to be a triangle. A square. Then a triangle.
Will you live to see the end?
Healer LB for the win. Holy fuck. Slightly too early because it didn't get the tank up. But.
All in existence, bent to my will! Will you live to see the end?
Oh fuck. Oh fuck all kinds of duck. Oh, fuck all kinds of duck. This can be saved. Get the red mage up. Get the red mage up.
Will you live to see the end?
No, fuck. Why not give red mages up first? Red bot.
The end has come, and it will be beautiful. The marvels of circus were but playthings.
That's a triangle. We need to be over here.
Zodiac shall be complete! Mine! All mine!
Here we go again.
At last, I am become Zodiac! The natural order overturned!
I almost didn't see
All
it.
in existence, bent to my will!
I almost didn't see that.
My life's work! My masterpiece! How I've waited for this day!
Ducks. Fuck all kinds of ducks.
All in existence, bent to my will!
Okay.
The great cataclysm, faithfully recreated!
Okay, he's gonna drop stars
From
on us.
broken skies fall tears of flame! All shall burn! Will you live to see the end?
We have to move to this side. Can't do
All
that.
in existence, bent to my will! Will you live to see the end? I have no need for restraint. All in existence, bent to my will! you live to see the end? Will you live to see the end? Is this the limit of your power? Is this how it ends?
I literally died at the last second. I'm giving you a command to that tank. They did a better job than me. Holy fuck. Well done. My preparations are complete. Withdraw from this place. Teleporter will deliver you to safety.
Incomplete and insufficient. Of course he was no match. Once again, you have left my best laid plans in ruins. And played your role to perfection. Thus, sealing my victory. From the first, all I wanted was for you to kill Zodiac. 'Twas but one of many methods to achieve the desired effect. 'Twould have been the same had Xenos died in my place. But what better and more satisfying way to ensure success than to take control myself? My sole regret is that you live to tell the tale. Even so, I have fulfilled my heart's desire. Let your murder mark the beginning of the end. The coming of the final days!
quickly strength fades, and blood cools. Old familiar sensations. So many lives, so many deaths. No different this. I close my eyes, then slip into the dreamless slumber. A tired song and dance. Routine. Always I wake. But not this time. Nothing left unsaid. Nothing left undone. Inherit my hell. I intone with glee. The man I was would weep for what I have become. The all-consuming contempt. But I've the wisdom of 10 millennia to justify my answer to the question. No value in their existence. Not a whit. For all that I looked. None that I did see. A final chance, then, for Heidelin and her faithful. In Cataclysm, prove me wrong. I sneer. All shall return to nothingness, as was your will, Emperor Sunday. I, the star, and every living being, consigned to your oblivion.
At last.
Deep breath, slow and steady. Deep breath, slow and steady. You saw it too, yes. The blue star below, thrown into turmoil. Then it was no illusion. All was truth. All was truth. With the death of Zodiac, the laws of nature over which he presided have begun to unravel. The final days are upon us. What you witnessed was an omen granted by the Echo. A vision of the horrors to come. Time to grow. Time grows short.
No. I'll find no fulfillment in a contest with you this day.
This goes out to all the homies whose butt cheeks are sore from sitting that fat stack down all night. Get up and stretch that ass.
Slavering
But not in the
beasts
prison
gather at
sense.
your
My boy
gates,
Frankie B didn't
ravenous
recover
and
from that
eager.
shiz. Stretch those leggies.
Already you turn to them and away from me.
Okay, I am stretching. Okay, stretched.
I must go forth once more in search of power far beyond the might of Shinryu. Power to make your heart run over with rage. For the eldest of primals was a betrayal of promise. A pathetic creature incapable of inspiring true despair. That's what I crave. Pure, unadulterated despair.
I will not fight for your amusement. Hope will win the day.
We shall see.
The Watcher. I sense his presence on the moon no longer. If you need to not follow, then I beg you stay and listen to what I have to tell you. If Zodiac and the end of Zodiac and the end of all things. In shadows we wait. The Watcher would discuss grave matters with you. Before we speak at length, I believe a change of surrounds is in order. I have more than ill tidings to share. You see, I sensed others arriving not long ago. Though my communions with Heidelin I have grown infrequent. Though my communions with Heidelin have grown infrequent, I have learned enough from her to know these are your comrades. And as luck would have it, they have already reached my abode. Come, let us join them. Dare I ask what happened before we arrived? May we presume this being is a native of the moon? Yes, they are indeed the three I sensed. Thank goodness you were unharmed. We did what we could to subdue the temper before making our way here. Not without casualties. Unfortunately, some few detonated explosive, killing themselves and others. The contingent healers had their hands full tending to the injured and enthralled when we took our leave. Lest you wonder, Mistress Kyle's health hath also been delivered. Mistress Kyle hath also been delivered unto their care, serving as a conduit for Heidelin's power hath taken its toll, but she will recover in due course. As for Alvinode and Alize, they insisted on remaining in Garlemald while we three rushed to your aid. It appears, however, that matters here have already come to a conclusion. But what manner of conclusion, might I ask? And is this the ally whom Hyodolin bade you seek out? Is he not unlike the shades of Amarot? Not unlike, perhaps, but not the same. I was created by Hydelin together with this place. It has ever been my duty to keep vigil over Zordiark, or rather, it was my duty. Then Zodiac is no more? And not without consequence, I'm afraid. For now, the delicate weave of the star, preserved by his presence, will begin to unravel. If you mean to avert the final days, you shall have need of. Are you alright? My attempts to forestall Zodiac's relief have all but exhausted my strength. if you might allow me to rest a short while, I will share with you all I can. Please do. You need not exert yourself on our account. These crystals contain records of your time here, yes? May we peruse them while we wait? By all means, if you would review them chronologically, might I suggest beginning with those on the upper floors? I shall leave that to you, Wolf Mage, while I see what can be gleaned from the crystals on these lower levels. Well, let's talk to each of them first. I probably should have done that while I was down here, but oh well. A moment longer, friend. Pray, review the records on the upper floors. I will see if there is aught to be learned down here. Zodiark's defeated. While he may have been an in an incomplete state, that's nevertheless an impressive feat. But even if you hadn't, his demise was inevitable, and Daniel would have seen to it one way or another. That said, he probably would have wielded Zodiark's power to wreak destruction before taking his own life, making this the better of two unfavorable outcomes. Dost thou suppose our host hath mentioned his solitary vigil since the very beginning, without rest or relief? If so, this records comprise the sum total of his existence. We must needs handle them with care. Dimly glowing crystal. As you gaze into the crystal, ancient knowledge of Zodiark flows into your mind. Daily summary, no abnormalities detected. Daily summary, no. These appear to be records of a log. Lonely vigil on the moon. Of a long, lonely vigil on the moon, dating back to the beginning of Zodiark's imprisonment. Inspect the faintly glowing crystal. Oh, I fell down again. Fuck. It's so easy to fall down off these things because I could literally walk under the railing. As you gaze into the crystal, knowledge of past centuries flows into your mind. The record describes how, with each rejoining, Zodiac's thirst for freedom grows. As did the strain on the brands. Maintaining Zodiac's imprisonment appears to tax Eidolon greatly. Warmly glowing crystal. As you gaze into the crystal, knowledge of past recordings flows into your mind. The recording describes the Watcher's efforts efforts to prepare in the event Zodiac broke free from his prison. The records go on to describe maintenance carried out regularly with the Lopperids, though it is not clear on who or what they are. As you gaze into the crystal, a record of unexpected visitors flows into your mind. The record notes the Watcher's mustering musings with Elidibus is spotted on the moon, though clearly not for the first time. It is clear that he and his brethren have a keen interest in freeing Zodiac from his prison, and yet they have made no attempts to destroy the brands. Perhaps they prefer to remain hidden from mortal eyes until the final rejoining. Perhaps they realize we would never dare bring harm to Zodiac, so long as he remains imprisoned. Did you learn anything of import? So it was as we suspected. Maintaining the brands requires a great deal of her energy and focus, and this cost has grown higher with every rejoining. That would explain why contact with her has become rather infrequent since the Seventh Umbral calamity. I too made a rather startling discovery. This heavenly body we know to be the moon was in fact created by Eidolon. When the Watcher said he was created together with this place, I thought he only meant the facility. Truly, Eidolon's powers are far beyond anything I could have imagined. I thank you for affording me a short reprieve.
It is we who should thank you. The records stored here are nothing short of extraordinary. There is much we could learn of Zodiac and his imprisonment, but perhaps you could offer us more focused guidance. Pray, tell us of the calamity that came before, and comes now again.
Long ago, before the Great Sundering, there was but a single world, Etheris. One day, from within the earth, a terrible cry issued forth, affecting a profound change in all manner of life. We were not exempt. Our creation magics ran rampant, given shape and form to thoughts of hopelessness and despair. At first, the phenomenon was limited to a single region, but quickly, so very quickly, it spread and engulfed the whole of the star.
Were the ancients ever able to deduce its source?
They were not. However, the convocation struck upon a method to predict where the next of the corruption would manifest. The etheric energies which flow through all creation in the form of various currents. The currents which course through the land and sea. Those which flow through the air. Those of a celestial nature, which encompass both our star and moon, and this moon.
Celestial currents. I cannot say I am familiar with the concept.
Nor would I expect you to be. Few scholars of our time knew of their existence. Their invaluable knowledge helped us to better understand the nature of the calamity. Like the terrestrial ones of earth and air, celestial currents form a vast network, but the ethereal distribution is not consistent. location soon realized that the inciting incidents occurred in regions where the flow was weakest. Correlation without clear cause. Ultimately, nevertheless, on closer study, a stagnancy of ether was observed in the nearby currents.
And so they sought a means to harness the forces of darkness, of activity and growth. Thus was Zodiac conceived. No less a power than a god's could set right the laws of nature and quicken the flow of ether within the star.
Precisely, with the advent of Zodiac, our end was averted.
Emmett Selk claimed that those who summoned Hydaelyn did so because they saw Zodiac's power as a threat. Is that true?
Indeed, there was a faction opposed to Zodiac's creation, but their aim was never to unmake him. They understood the continued preservation of the natural order was dependent on his very existence. Until we could identify and address the underlying cause of the final days, he would need remain. For his departure would set in motion those apocalyptic forces once more. Hydaelyn recognized this as well, and so, rather than destroy, she sundered Zodiac herself and the star into reflections that she might confine him in this place. I could have sworn she beseeched me to banish the darkness. Then what she told me in the SARC was false? I could have sworn she beseeched me to banish the darkness. Perhaps she did, but as with all beings, intent is not always accord with spoken words. Hydaelyn and Zodiac are both constructs of man, approximations of perfection limited by our own imperfections. Zodiac was without question the more powerful of the two, having been born from the sacrifice of half Etheirus' population. Thus was it necessary for Hydaelyn to commit herself wholly to his defeat. Still, more effort was needed to confine him. Maintaining the brands taxed her greatly. With what power she dared spare, she cried out to any who might listen, and offered her blessing to those who heeded her call. Though it was likely within her power to do so, I believe she did not wish to speak of Etheirus and her history. Like Zodiac, Hydaelyn's purpose is a reflection of her creators. They wished to look to the future, not linger in a prison of the past.
The Ascians set in motion 7 rejoinings before we came to oppose them. How many more worlds would have been lost had we not placed our faith in her? How many more souls living in the present would have been snuffed out for the sake of those long dead?
Well, in light of recent events, I see no reason to doubt your words. And even if Hydaelyn is not a god in truth, if Minfilia believed that we should trust in her plans, then I choose to do just that. Which brings me to a rather important question. Let's suppose we try but fail to stop this second coming of the final days. Should the source fall, what will become of the other worlds?
The non-monolithic is more fitting than you know. Bring ruin to the source, and its reflections will share its fate. It is ready. This way. This way, if you would be so kind. A beautiful sight, is it not?
Yes, but what is it?
Heidelin knew better than any that her power was not absolute. Indeed, she had ever struggled to hold Zordiark and his faithful at bay. She feared the worst, and so it made preparations. In the event of his demise, there would be a contingency. I'm sorry, I didn't catch that. The moon is more than a prison. It is a vessel capable of bearing the people of Atheris to safe harbor. You need not go far to find its pilots. In fact, I should be happy to take you to them. And fulfill my final duty as Watcher of the Dark. Yashola? It may be true, but others will struggle to believe it. I can scarcely believe it myself. I should very much like to hear more of this extraordinary story. The moon is a ship? Well, now I've heard everything. Helping hands. At long last, the Watcher is ready to fulfill his final duty. The time has come for you to be on your way. The crater at the heart of Mire Lamentorum, where Zordiark was imprisoned, is not so easily traversed, however. Let us call upon Agros, the familiar whom you met earlier. He should have no trouble bearing you across. As Heidelin created me as the jailer, so too did she create Agros as the guard. It is his nature to appear when needed, and yet he is nowhere to be found. Strange, mayhap the imbalance of ether has affected him. Let us make for the crushing brand, and attempt to call upon him there. You need but recall the path you walked with Agros before, and you will find your way there. Your way. If he labors in service of Heidelin's plan, I see no reason to do as he suggests. No reason not to do as he suggests. Shall we make for this crushing brand, then? This way? Yes. Let me up. Let me up. Thank you. So close yet so far. Does the harsh terrain remind you of somewhere we've been before? The Dravanian Forelands? Aye. A place that rejects the in the intrusion of outsiders, where solitude reigns supreme. At the very least, it sounds suitable for Zodiac's prison. Naught could prepare me for the boundless beauty of Aetheris, shining, shimmering amidst the sea of stars. A blue sphere, and but one of countless other jewels brimming with life, no doubt. With a little preparation, it might be possible to traverse the gap on foot. Then again, it would be a long, long way down if one should slip. Perhaps another time. The place we seek is just ahead at the Charlevogert? You see, agros can't manifest without sufficient concentration of ambient ether. You would be hard-pressed to find greater confluence than inside this cavern. Follow me. Let's see what we get on the mountain roulette. Midgard's Father of Dragons. There we go. Watcher. Yes, here will do nicely. The lunar spoon guy draw ether from the ground, which is then dispersed in the air. At present, however, the ambient energies are not quite sufficient for agros to manifest. Might you be willing to spare some of your own to help the spoon guy along? Agros manifests in a flash. He seems glad to see you again. A most fascinating... A most fascinating creation of Heidelin's. Would you not agree? Should the need arise, he is even able to create reflections of himself on a whim. Though I assure you it was no reflection which accompanied you earlier to the brands. No, Agros was quite eager to be at your side then, as he is now, it seems. I cannot recall when last he showed such affinity for anyone. Indeed, I thought him more likely to shy away from you and your companions. Perhaps it was more than this sense of duty that compelled him to aid you before. As for your companions, unexpected, but greatly appreciated. I believe we are ready. Then let us return outside that you may cross the chasm. And mount up. And say goodbye. Lying naked while the snow falls all around me. Wake up in sweat, full of regret, hard to forget. Agros favors you with what could almost be described as a conspiratorial grin. Dalamud has long been described as the loyal hound, and Minfina due to its relation to the greater moon. It seems highly improbable, if not impossible, for ancient people to have known of Agros, but I now wonder whether there is some connection. I was expecting something a little more intimidating and less man's best friend. To whom would Heidelin entrust the command of so grand a vessel, I wonder? Agros is adorable. Your destination is the structure where there across the cradle of darkness. But climb onto Agros' back and he will take care of the rest. Once you arrive, it should not take too long for the ship's crew at the facility to find the ship's crew. The facility is designed to rouse them from their slumber in the event of Zodiac's destruction. Either council, together you may guide the star and its people to a kinder fate. This is where we part ways, but know that I shall ever be watching and praying for your success. Our allies' assurance notwithstanding, we can't be certain what awaits us on the other side, so perhaps it would be best if we did not all go at once. I propose the two of us cross first while Thancred wait here. I want to talk to them first. He says the same thing. He says the same thing. Cross. Onward. The malefic ether permeates from the crater. Remnants of Zodiac, most like. This structure is enormous, though that is hardly surprising given the size of the average Amaranthi. Apologies for the wait. Right then, let's head inside and oh. Most intriguing, a means by which to conserve its energy, mayhap? Well, I certainly wouldn't mind him. Wouldn't want him to blink out of existence on our account. Helpful as he's been. Thank you, Agros. We'll take things from here. If Agros is to remain without, let us not keep him waiting over long. This is so big it takes a mount to just get anywhere. Also, I want my weapons glowing for the cutscene. Pistola? The scale is reminiscent of Amarant, or rather, the replica we visited in the first. Truly a marvel beyond description.
Our moonship pilot should be around here somewhere. Is that right?
1243rd inspection is a mite ahead of schedule, but it is of the utmost importance, for Zodiac, alas, is no more. As of now, our mighty moon has a new purpose: to bear the people of Etheris to safety. Our time has come, my friends! We must be swifter than swift. There is much to do before our guests arrive. I expect your workstations to be immaculate, and don't forget to relay our signal to Etheris. Questions? Yes? No? Maybe so? No? Then hop to it!
Tis a rather curious crew she hath chosen. Their endearing forms intended to ease the passengers' hearts, perhaps.
Perhaps.
I find Durianje's reasoning flimsy, somewhat flimsy, but the crew seems amicable enough. Given the present crisis, Heidelin doubtless sought to facilitate cooperation betwixt pilot and passenger. Indeed, 'twould require a heart as hard as diamond to raise one's voice in anger to being possessed of such profound I can't read that word. Thancred's dumbfounded expression suggests he is still struggling to comprehend the spectacle he has just witnessed. A hairy situation. They must be the Loporeds mentioned in the Watcher's records. Not at all what I expected, but the Watcher did bid us heed their counsel. I assume the one who gave the rousing speech was the leader, though we might have to ask about in order to track them down. Come on then, let's be about it. Arianje? The Loporeds all appear to have said about their tasks. Whether is their leader, I wonder. Teleportation. I'm gonna mount up because this place is fucking huge. I only saw them from a distance, but their fur was brown, if that helps at all. Let's see if we can find Nistola. Is you stole it? Such a fascinating apertures, though it's hard to believe it could house so many crew members. Even so, there is nothing else here to suggest their type of other types of accommodations. Trading way. Gemstone trader. Chipper Loperate. The leader of the crew? Not me, I'm afraid. Singing Way is the name. I'm in charge of construction and maintenance of the atmospheric ceruleum system. Circulation system. Only the crispest and cleanest of air for the people of the theorist, and that's a promise. Speak with the dancing elaborate. Oh, not dancing, dozing elaborate. Leader? No. Sleeping way. My job is, Perhaps I'd better ask. Oh no, we have a bot. I need to bonk the bot. Bonk that bot. Snappy Loperate. What? How in the... When did you get here? Who let you in? Why wasn't I told? Were you the one giving our orders earlier? Me? Oh yes, of course. As the one around here capable of doing anything properly, it falls to me to make changes to take charge of the others. Oh, looks like you beat us here. Your friends, I take it? Is this all of them? A group of comprised entirely of children? What must their parents be thinking? This isn't a nursery after all. Perhaps we should build one. Or did we build one already? No matter, you needn't worry your pretty little heads. All will be well, I promise. But goodness me, We shouldn't be standing around gawping. I must take you to meet the others. If you could run along back towards the entrance, you'll find a path that leads to the central platform on the upper floor. There's no wrong way to reach it, but it's the large glowing ball in the center if you should find yourself lost. I shall gather the others and meet you there. Well then, back to the upper floors it is. Time to mount up and make the long hike back up there. And of course we get Uzale's mount. Well, it seems I did find a wrong way to go when they said there was no wrong way to get there. Lost in a dream. And chosen path and spoken path or spoken wrath. Their pain was ease, look for peace, look in the belief. These voices bring me how they go. Here we go. I tried and tried, but it can't say no. Can I say no? This endless wonder has just begun. My heart is pulling me down into oblivion. Okay, I'm getting off the map. The etheric composition and density of this sphere is quite similar to the crystalline concepts we've seen before. It's like it likely shares their capacity for storing memories and knowledge. Given their size, getting from one end of this place to the other must be exhausting. I honestly don't know how they do it. 'Tis astounding how the Loporrits, despite their diminutive stature, are able to maintain such a gargantuan facilities. Visitors? At last, welcome.
Right, of course. Introductions are in order. Ahem. My name is Livingway, and we are the Loporrits, created for the express purpose of commanding this ship and bearing the people of Etheris to a brave new world. More specifically, I am the one whom she charged with the execution of her most vital plans. You might say I'm her right paw. Livingway's the name. map reader and navigator of the heavens.
Pleasure to meet you all, but I'm still trying to make sense of this.
Confusion and bewilderment are completely understandable. Fear not, I shall walk you through it. The people of Ffxiv, through no fault of your own, I'm sure, set in motion a series of events that, unfortunately, culminated in Zodiac's obliteration. Acutely aware of the imminent crisis, your parents sent you little ones on ahead while they began the necessary... Still not following? No? Here, we have Ffxiv, your home, and the moon, where we are now. Without Zodiac around to keep things lively, so to speak, the celestial currents of the star have doubtless begun to degrade. A calamity of apocalyptic proportions will be visited upon Ffxiv, bringing an end to all life. Very sad, that.
So too hath the Watcher claimed. By thine unperturbed countenance, I gather this eventuality was anticipated.
The doom and gloom. Oh yes, quite expected. Imagine, if you will, that Ffxiv is a delicious carrot that I've forgotten to eat and left out in the midday sun. The most earnest wishes or prayers will not stop it from rotting to the core. So sadly, there's nothing to be done but to abandon said carrot, Ffxiv, in case the metaphor is lost on you, to its grisly fate.
And this moon will serve as the vessel to deliver us to a new home.
Just so! We will gather up as many people, supplies, and resources as our stores will hold. And then, once everyone is aboard, it's off to another star! Easier said than done, admittedly, for one does not simply hop from star to star on a whim. Which is precisely why we've spent countless years constructing the most propulsive of propulsion systems! We ought to make it to our destination in 2 shakes of a rabbit's tail.
Impressive technology. I dare say it is beyond anything we have ever seen.
No need to shower us with praise. All we've done is faithfully carry out the instructions left to us by Hydaelyn. Back in the old days, when she was still just Venar, she was dedicated to the study of the world and its inner workings. And the Watcher, the real one, not the simulacrum you met, was one of her fellow researchers. We and this wondrous vessel masquerading as a moon are products of their knowledge and know-how.
There's certainly more to you all than meets the eye. Might I ask where exactly you intend to take us?
We identified a few promising candidates for resettlement some time ago, but we cannot guarantee that they are fit for habitation. Moreover, the ship can only travel in short bursts. We intend to go down our list, hopping from star to star, until we find one suitable for resettlement. No need to worry, though. The vessel is being refurbished with accommodation for an extended stay as we speak. While we did have to rely upon outside help to determine what amenities were essential, I dare say we have risen to the challenge.
Help? From who?
From you and yours! Who else? Each time we woke to perform regularly scheduled maintenance, we were greeted by the resources you sent us. What better way to learn about preferences and proclivities of our present-day charges? Ah, but you're still adorable little
I'm not sure what led you to conclude otherwise, but I can assure you that we are all grown men and women. And I very much doubt my elders know this place exists, much less how to send you so much as a starlight missive.
What? Then who in blazes let you on my moon? Heidelin herself led you here. You don't say! Well, that's really not children. Then why are you so small and stunted? Like little baby carrot people.
Well, Amarotines were a great deal taller. In the present day, persons of such prodigious size are exceedingly rare.
So, you're saying everyone's not like the Watcher? Oh, confound it all! Someone could have at least scribbled a note about your profound miniaturization.
That tome in thy possession.
Oh, this? One of the first books sent to us. A compendium of the people of Etheris, with a few blank pages at the back for minor corrections and updates as needed. The sum total of our knowledge of your kind is contained in these pages. I thought it was abridged and made small for our benefit, but this isn't a regular-sized book, is it? Building Way, can you hear me? Yes, we're all very busy. Change of plans. I need you to rebuild the domiciles at 1/3 the scale. All of them. Yes, all of them, and but me no buts. See to it with all speed.
Perhaps you could tell us a bit more about your terrestrial collaborators.
Yes, in due time. But first, I'd like to hear more about you, if it's all the same. I'd rather not risk any other complications due to outdated knowledge of our passengers-to-be.
And we have finally met the Leopard. Why do I get the feeling we're to have our hands full dealing with the Leopards? I should have realized something was amiss when Living Way referred to us as children. What other delightful miscalculations do they hold, I wonder? 'Tis unfortunate that domiciles were constructed in air, but their willingness to perform such sweeping reservations is a testament to their commitment. I cannot fathom the resources required for a facility that's so vast. Oh dear, I certainly hope Building Way can complete the reservations before more guests arrive. But perhaps he should leave them as they are. That way you'd have more space to lounge about. And from this we get purple carrot juice. Wait, what? Purple carrot juice. Okay, I'm gonna step away to get some more drink. I'll be right back before I start the next quest. turn with drink, and I'm going to flavor it real quick. Let's see what I get. The random whole drink flavorings. Pineapple tangerine. Num. Okay, I have my drink. Time to continue on. Living Way, a taste of the moon. The final days fast approaching. Living Way is keen to complete her preparations. Right then, now that you're here, we need you to teach us all you can about your people, and quickly. It won't be long before the final days are upon us in all their terrible grandeur, so it is imperative that we be prepared to receive our passengers to be. If there's anything at all that may displease them, it must be addressed post haste. And address it we shall. Here at Bestway Borough, we have assembled everything required to offer our guests the best way forward. We have procured myriad amenities that we understand to be essential for everyday living, and wish to hear your opinions on them. I'm sure you'll have all worked an appetite. So why don't we start with foodstuffs? Meet me by the curatorium, and we will see about filling your bellies. She does not want for enthusiasm. The notion of Aetheris rotting to its core being a matter of course is rather concerning, though. Nevertheless, let's take this opportunity to learn more about the Loperas and this vessel. Doggo! They went this way. Maybe not. Maybe it's down below? This place is too freaking big. Given their earlier confusion regarding our size, I cannot help but wonder if they even know the first thing about us. Hast thou spied the peculiar sentinels prowling the vicinity? Approach them with caution, or better yet, not at all, for they make no distinction between friend and foe. Am I the only one who suspects we're not going to find anything edible whatsoever? You're a lot smaller than we expected, and I trust you still have a large appetite, yes? Welcome to the Curatorium. Here we create prototypes of various sundries required by our soon-to-be passengers. Allow me to introduce you to the head of food stuff production. Anyway, pleased to meet you all. Our work has involved no small amount of trial and error, but after many cycles of painstaking labor, I dare say we have created the finest cuisine our guests could ask for. I've learned about the essential nutrients for a healthy and balanced diet from the reference material we received, why I've practically learned the words from the invisible pages. Naturally, I've also considered in ease of growth and production, we will not want for ingredients. I must insist you try some. We have fresh stock recently prepared on account of, well, because we just woke up and we're all quite famished. Hop along the platform here and you'll find a storage unit full of bristling and delectable delights. Help yourself to anything you like. I'm eager to hear what you think of our work, but I'm sure there is some small room for improvement, but I'm confident you'll be satisfied. Oh, Living Way, you dear sweet summer child. Let's see, I need to get up to here. Strange carrot. You open the storage unit and find rainbow-colored assortment of carrots. Vibrant yellow, unassuming orange carrot, peculiar-looking blue carrot, vibrant yellow carrot, ominous crimson carrot. Take a moment to reconsider. Ominous crimson carrot. The texture and radiant romance crimson contains a soft texture and radiant aroma of this crimson creation belies its staggering weight. The excessive length and girth only compounds the mystery, leaving you perplexed as to the nature of this carrot. Are you certain you wish to eat this carrot? Yes. On second thought, you elect to simply take an obscenely large carrot for now. due to its bizarre qualities. It would be prudent to ask cooking away whether it is safe to eat first. Ominous red carrot. So did any of our selections set your mouth watering? Oh yes, a fine choice. Well, one of my personal favorites, actually. Please dig in. I'm eager to hear what you think. With great trepidation, you take a bite of the carrot. The carrot is oddly tender, but you begin to chew, and rich aroma fills your nostrils. A new found vigor begins to well within you. The rumbling of your stomach, however, suggests it may simply be indigestion. Iron carrot. You suddenly find yourself full of vim and vigor. What do you think? Unlike anything you ever tasted, yes? The iron carrot can be a bit difficult to digest, but the boost to endurance is it promises to make the perfect meal before a day of heavy lifting. We have plenty of other varieties too. Bleeding carrots to improve blood flow, green carrots to help you sleep. So you see, we have a carrot for every occasion. But what if I don't like carrots? I can certainly see demand for this in Charlian. You don't like carrots? Oh, you must mean you don't like them served in this fashion. Oh, worry not. We have puree versions on hand if you have the time don't have the time to chew. I take it you two had a wide assortment of carrots to choose from and not else. If I may ask, what exactly did these collaborators share with you about cuisine on Etheris? Surely you are aware we have an abundance of dishes and foods you can emulate. Of course we are, but, well, it was only quite recently that we established contact. Even holding a conversation was a struggle at first, so imagine our surprise when they sent a mountain of books and documents with no clear instructions. The sheer amount of information was overwhelming. If it wasn't for the encyclopedia I found, we would have been at a loss of where to begin. So we decided, rather than divide our sources, to prepare a variety of middling and potentially unsatisfying meals, it would be more efficient to devote our efforts to producing a single perfect food. That's all well and good, but men man can't live on raw carrots alone. Have you considered cooking them? You mean steaming, boiling, roasting, and the like? I suppose we could prepare the carrots in other ways. But our primary concern is efficiency. And what more efficient than sinking your teeth into a carrot fresh from production? A rather strange approach to take for one named Cooking Way, isn't it? Well, technically speaking, Cooking Way isn't my given name. When first created, we were all named in the old tongue, you know? That otherwise impronounceable parlance the Watcher speaks. After we received a great tome of words and dictionary, a dictionary that is, from our collaborators, we learned your tongue, adverbs, grounds, presence, antonyms, verbs, conjunctions, just the basics. Then we found the term related to our given task and used them for new names. Aren't they helpful? No, not really, but it does explain a great deal. Wherefore dost thou thy kind deem such changes necessary? When the rest of your people arrive, we want to be certain they understand immediately what each of us does. You'd never be able to pronounce our original names anyway. I see. I hope our critiques are such as they are were helpful to you. Though if you should decide to preserve flora and fauna from Atheris as well, you would be able to offer the passengers a more balanced diet. Until such a day, one I pray comes sooner rather than later, it would appear there's naught but carrots on the menu. Styled hero. Living Way is eager to show you more of the moon's wonders. I think we've had our fill of carrots for now. Let's move on to other necessities, shall we? Our clothing production is here to impress. This way. I'm gonna mount up because I want to avoid all these drones. Oh, there's an event going on. Not gonna partake. Nope, that's still more carrots. It hard it's hardly sun silk tapestries, but perhaps will be pleasantly surprised. Do you suppose the clothes they prepare will be grossly oversized as carrots? Garments born of the heavens, crafted with methods ancient and forgotten, dressed befitting we who walk in shade. So, here we are, the apparel production section. We've chosen to employ more traditional methods for this task, creation magics. Heidelin, in her infinite wisdom, blessed us with the selfsame affinity for magic her people possessed. We have other amazing talents, of course, and I know you're dying to hear about them, but I will regale you with the details another time. That said, we did run into a spot of trouble at first. Our magic alone was not sufficient to see our work done. In the end, we discovered crystallized aether was a wonderful catalyst that could provide us with the extra biz we needed. How resourceful. The sweetest sound of recognition. You will also be impressed to hear we've read all about your habits of changing attire to match your chosen profession. For the sake of efficiency, I presume. This has also been taken into account with our design. But why take my word for it when you can simply try on our clothes? Make yourselves known to the workers and they will see the rest. I wonder how this is going to turn out. Given that they were only serving carrots. It's you, one of the visitors from Etheris. Goodness me, Mapping Way wasn't kidding. You really are smaller than the Watcher. Alright, you're here to try on a set of clothes, yes? What would you have me fashion for you today? Simple yet functional. Simple and functional, right? This will only take a moment. Oh my god. There you are. Oh, finished. A perfect fit, if I do say so myself. Nothing too flowy or flitty, as you can see. Also, light and durables. Sure to serve well wherever you travel might take you. Would you like to take a look at that? Speechless. And there I thought you may not like it. If you have a mind to try something else, why not speak with a few of the other artisans? I'm sure they'd be happy to oblige. You must continue wearing these garments in order to progress. You will change back to normal garments if you move too far away. Look to your map for the garment change area effect. Speak with the restless lotbread to restore or prolong the garment change. No one said you'd be coming, or how can I help you? You wish to try on my clothes, really? Of course, it would be my honor. Do you have anything in mind? I'm looking for clothes with an angular, altogether different design. I think I can handle that. Let's see. Should do. The same thing, but different colors. My best work yet. You're a strange one, aren't you? I honestly wasn't sure what to do when you asked for anything. When you didn't ask for anything specific. Oh my god, these poor beans. It's like trying on clothes for a toddler. I was worried how the concept would turn out when put through, but it looks stunning on you. Shouldn't you go and show lovingly? I'm sure she's eager to see what you've come up with. Oh my god. It's like trying on clothes for a toddler. Oh good, I can still mount while this is active. I doubt you look splendid. The result of much trial and error. I don't know quality, but I know quality modesty. You need to speak. I can see your adoration for the moon, and we have Philopods in your eyes. No doubt your friends will feel the same, having sampled our patience. Oh, these poor beans. Sorry to have kept you waiting. They insisted we sample all their concepts ere we return. Barely tis a much becoming. I think it's past time we return these clothes. I was so confident our garments would meet with your approval. Whatever are we doing wrong? The Watcher taught us that in his time everyone wore the same robe. To do otherwise was against social etiquette. We thought we could appeal to modern tastes by tailoring the robes to specific professions, but please, you mustn't be so hard on yourself. Should we restore the resort to evacuating the people of Aetheris, they will most certainly have need of your attire. 'Tis clear you spare no effort to addressing your needs, but you must understand that we are not quite so homogeneous. Speaking for myself, what I wear now better suits my taste, even if it is of inferior make. But there are others whose choice may be influenced by traditions or personal experience, rather than make assumptions for the whole. You must consider the individual, their potential, and their potential preferences. I fear we've underestimated the complexity and diversity of your people. Even if we memorize every tome we receive, I doubt we'd have fared much better. Maybe you're doing a disservice trying to shower you. Maybe we're doing you a disservice trying to shower you with baubles of and frippery, thinking it was for your benefit when you'd be better off on your own. There are some who might agree, people who prefer to keep others at arm's length, even when they know they shouldn't. As one such former fool, I'd like to ask you a question. This plan to evacuate and escape the final days, did it account for the reflections of the source as well? Not that I'm aware of. We were born of Heidelin's love for Aetheris, and the salvation for the people on that star, and that star alone, has ever been our aim. Surely it's better to devote ourselves to saving one world than to divide our efforts across 14 and risk failing them all. I suppose you're right. Living Way, might we have leave to explore Best Way Burrow unattended? You have given us much to think about. Why, certainly. Until later, then. If I may, I would like to accompany thee a while longer. Really? I mean, you'd be more than welcome to. Was actually something I wish to speak with you about. Let's be off then, shall we? Fidgeting Loprit. My apologies, I wasn't trying to spy or anything. Everyone's been talking about the visitors come from Atheris, and I wanted to see what all the fuss was about. I was excited at first, but now I'm worried. What if the people of Atheris refuse to come? What if we can't save them? It's clear we've made a mess of things. But wait. You still haven't visited the domiciles. Once you see them, you'll understand how wonderful the moon truly is. I'm sure of it. I'll be waiting for you at by the teleporter near the entrance. Oh, and the name's Growing Way, by the way. See you soon. No, I could just teleport. Because I attuned. I attuned to the Aetheryte. Boop. Though I don't need to use my Aetheryte ticket because it's only 100 gil. Looks like he's over here, Growing Way. You're here. You're really here. Thank you. Thank you so much. Sorry. What should I call you? Mage Karode. Crikey, even your names are amazing. Well, Wolfmage will be using this teleporter to enter the residential area. Whenever you're ready.
Ready in the teleporter. Huh? Access to living quarters restricted due to reconstruction. Then where is it? Oh no!
private audience, as thou didst request, for reasons I know not.
Just a precaution. I'd rather I didn't have to ask the question at all, but I take my responsibilities very, very seriously. Do you and your friends, by any chance, find our accommodation wanting? Be honest, brutally even.
'Twould be ungracious of me to belittle the efforts of thee and thine.
Lovely sentiment, really. But the disappointment is writ plain on your comrades' faces. It's all the more frustrating since no one will come out and say what they find wanting. If there are faults in our work, we need to know. We can, we will do better. But time is not on our side. The final days will wait for no one. If your people are to be saved, we must take quick and decisive action. This vessel must serve as a home for as many passengers as possible, for far longer than we may like. Which brings me to my request. Our collaborators on Etheris are doing what they can to prepare for the voyage. Would you be willing to go and lend them a hand? Having seen the moon for yourself, you could speak to its many splendors, learn what else they might require, and assuage whatever concerns they have.
Wherefore wouldst thou entrust me with such a task?
How to put it? You're the only one who appears not to be wholly unsatisfied with our work. Oh, quite good at pretending that's the case, at least. Calm, collected, tactful to a fault. Very particular with your words, too. You understand that, in the face of great danger, one cannot pursue perfection at the expense of practicality. The difficult choices must often be made for the greater good.
And so fate doth conspire to set my feet upon this path once more.
Come again?
Idle musings. 'Tis no trifle thou dost ask, yet full well do I understand the urgency and necessity.
Oh, dear me! Dear me! I was terribly sorry for the mix-up. It's a bit of a malfunction. I hadn't realized the residential quarters were inaccessible, you see. But you're still in one piece, so all's well that ends well, yes? Won't happen again, I promise.
Gosh, that was embarrassing. I promise to be more careful from now on. Since the residential district our quarters are closed for now, I've rerouted the teleporter to allow travel between floors instead. Hopefully, it proves useful in the meantime. A shame you couldn't see it, though. You really would have liked it. You can now travel between the upper and lower floors of Bethway Burrow via the teleporter. Yeah. Wrong way. All veil the ends. All veil that ends veil. All veal that ends veal. Veil? I can't read. Oh, hello, Eddie. How are you doing? Growingway is keen to put his recent mishap behind him. It may not seem like it, but we've been planning for this far longer than I care to admit. Each time we woke up, we'd have long discussions about how to save as many of you as we can. Felt like everyone had an opinion on this or that. But the one thing we all agreed upon is that the people of Aetheris wouldn't take action to save themselves until it was far too late. That's why we're striving to make the moon a vibrant, magical place they'd hop at the chance to visit, rather than waiting for the flames of oblivion to get them off their tails and force them to accept our invitation. The residential quarters may not be up to the necessary standards just yet, but there are plenty of other places to see worth seeing. We've already had a look at the Curatorium, but wait until you see what's waiting for you at the east end of the borough. Follow me. It looks like it's on the lower floor. Ah, that's fair. Good, you're here, though through this door is the greatest and vile. Oh, hi, Eddie. It was named as such because it's the veil to end all veils. The most beautiful forest you'll ever see. We understand the people of Aetheris enjoy taking leisurely walks through natural places and the like, so I'm sure you'll enjoy it. How about we start with a nice stroll through the fountain. To the fountain. This way. Good God, this place is so huge that I need to mount up just to what do you think of the forest? Isn't it positively pleasant, simply sublime? I can't see the forest or the trees. You're pulling my tail. You're in the forest right now. Building the place was a challenge, let me tell you. Since we were born here, we've never seen trees in person before, let alone a forest. The information sent by our collaborators was quite enlightening, but after much deliberation we decided to choose crystalline constructs in place of living trees. And thanks to our atmospheric correlation system, this place produces air as clean as that you'd find in a forest on Earth. The fountain here behind us is powered by a rather large crystal adorning its top, plays a vital role in supplying us with fresh water. Much time and effort was spent making the most of the most spherical of spheres, and I dare say the unparalleled roundness speaks for itself. I enjoy nothing more than a nice long stretch and a spot of relaxation whenever I come up here. You look like you could do with a stretch yourself. Slash stretch. As a spirit, I feel more relaxed simply watching you. I cite worth the many years building this place. It's not too much to ask. It's always been a dream of mine to take a walk through the forest with someone from Etheris. Could we maybe? Growingway is such an adorable being. Will you? Oh. Be still my quivering whispers. Growingway is now accompanying you. There we go. Walk through a forest. Or rather, simulacrum of a forest. I mean, it's pretty, but it's not a forest. We can go over here. Really? Growingway is also Graha's voice actor. Oh my god. Ask if you can taste the rainbow crystal. But no, I'm not sure what it is you do with crystals on Etheris, but we don't eat them, and certainly not this one. Its purpose, it possessed all six. It's possessed of all six elements: wind, lightning, fire, earth, ice, water. We used crystals like these to maintain the moon's elemental equilibrium. It's worth mentioning, though, that because Heidelin's influence being the embodiment of tranquility and stasis and all, manipulating the elements here is different than it might be on a theorist. A conjuring of fire would sooner dye your clothes than than cinch them, for example. Put simply, the etheric conditions are ill-suited to growth, which is why the surface is mostly barren. Of course, this is all necessary to keep the raging energies of Zodiac in check. I was thinking, Wolfmage, that I could be more helpful to you by teaching you a little about the moon and what it is we do. When we were first created, the moon's sole purpose was to hold Zodiac, and there was absolutely nothing to be found here. Eventually, Haydn gave us our first task: furnish the moon with propulsion system capable of facilitating travel to other stars. It sounds impressive, and I suppose in some respects it is. But it was only possible thanks to all the knowledge Heidelin shared with us. We also had a lot of time to get it done. 6,000 years, give or take. But anyway, let's keep going. This may come as a surprise, but we didn't begin building the habitable areas until after the propulsion systems were ready. Considering how long it took, I wish we'd started sooner. Who would have thought we'd need 4,000 years to make all this? It certainly wasn't work you dare rush, either. We had to create infrastructure and countless supporting systems, some of which wouldn't be operational until hundreds of years later. And then there was that brief period where our productivity came to a screeching halt when that bizarre red satellite was sent up from Etheridus. The Allegon's mischief, I think. We thought maybe some new nefarious actor was colluding with Zodiac. Colluding with Zodiac. All we could do was stand by and brace ourselves for the worst. I can't tell you how relieved we were when Heidelin informed us of its destruction. Oh yes, there was much joyous humming that day. Fun fact, Dalmud's destruction to them... okay, good to know. Dalmud's destruction to them was a good thing, while on Aetheris it was a catastrophe. Say, Did you notice anything peculiar about the tree tops? I mean, apart from the fact they're massive crystals and not trees. I'll give you a hint. It's the golden rings emitting from the glowing sphere. All along with the device fixed near the central, they fulfill a role similar to our sun, and do so better even. The sun and similar celestial objects in the great expanse radiate energy that is harmful to your bodies. These rings should shield you from that energy while allowing you to breathe in the perfect amount of sunlight, or rather, a close approximation to it. Pretty impressive, wouldn't you say? Oh, and if you look closely, you'll see different types of trees. Have you ever so slightly different curvature? Yes, indeed, this forest truly is the greatest. It's also the only forest you've ever seen growing, Lay. Just wait until you see an actual forest. There's something else I wanted to tell you about. Oh right. The propulsion system and habitat facilities were completed around 2,000 years ago, and with that, the most important features were fit for purpose, which was all well and good, except we still know absolutely nothing about the present-day people of Aetheris. Why not go and visit Aetheris yourself? You may ask. Strictly forbidden. Were our technology and knowledge of the moon's true purpose exploited for evil ends, the result could be disastrous. Then there were a few more rejoinings, and it became increasingly difficult to converse with Hyodilyn. Fearful we might lose the ability to communicate with her altogether, we beseeched her to find people on Aetheris we could trust to help. We were quite fortunate everything worked out in the end, as it did. With the exception of routine inspections and maintenance, we remained asleep and waiting, hopeful Hyodilyn would find someone who would help us. Eventually she did, and though her power was waning, we were able to speak to them directly for a short while. We shared with them everything we could, including the knowledge of the heavens and a means to travel here to the moon. They certainly didn't waste any time with what we taught them. No more than a few years after that, our collaborators found a means to convey messages and supplies to us from down below. With all the letters, books, and other resources they sent, we learned enough to start making some meaningful changes to the moon. And now we're here. Hopefully, hopefully enjoying your. And now you're here, hopefully enjoying yourself as much as I am. I knew you wouldn't. I knew you would like the greatest ever veil. I knew it. Thank you again for coming here. By the way, I know it was just a walk through the forest, but it meant a lot to me. There you are. I take it you've already received the grand tour? A shame we missed it. Growing way, I've been looking all over for you. Oh, is this about the teleporter? The teleporter to the residential area? No, never mind that. We have more pressing matters at hand. We will call an emergency meeting shortly, and your attendance is required. Really? I can't imagine why you need me there, but if you insist. We won't be away long, so you all are more than welcome to continue looking around the burrow. Now, come along, growing away. Before we arrived, you seemed to be in the midst of a resounding conversation with your guide. Did you learn anything of import? They've spent 12,000 years preparing for this? With the appointed hour fast approaching, I can certainly understand their restlessness, but still, it remains to be seen if the people can be persuaded to evacuate when there are yet no signs of the final days. What's more, the technology of this place defies imagination. I doubt there are many who would readily come to terms with living in such surroundings. Whoever these collaborators are, unless they are possessed of the world's most charming personalities or a means to forcibly evacuate people, they will meet with a great deal of resistance. Indeed, even if faced with annihilation, the decision to forsake all one knows cannot be made lightly. Forgive me, friends, but I must beg your leave. There is another matter which yet begs for mine attention. Of course, we can accompany you if you like. Nay, that will not be necessary if you will excuse me. Banquet? Huh. What do you suppose his has suddenly tickled his fancy? 'Tis clear that difficult decisions lie ahead for us. Preparations for the evacuation of Aetheris is indeed critical, but I am not yet willing to forsake our world and its reflections, and I trust I am not alone in my reluctance. final days may make brave fools of us all. Back to old tricks. By now, Thancred can tell when his friends are up to something. Did Oriantre seem strange to you? More so than usual, I mean. I know he has his penchant for keeping his own counsel, but I'd be lying if I said I wasn't worried. Would you go and see if he is alright? Ystola and I will remain here and see what else we can learn about the final days. If you hurry, perhaps you can catch up with them. Oh, that's neat. It plays old Final Fantasy music. I forget which battle theme that is. Oh, it's right. It's right over here. I'm gonna go take my blood sugar really quick. BRB. Well, guys, it turns out my dinner is ready, and then my blood sugar is actually low enough that I can eat right away. So I'm gonna put it on BRB time for food, and I'm gonna BRB time for food. Be back in a little bit. Hello, people persons. I have returned from food. However, I am eating a power bar because I had hardly any protein in my dinner. So, one moment while I eat this. Get a small piece of fish, and that's about it. Like, tiny. But while I eat my protein bar, I can probably read. Orion J appears to be heading to the entrance of Bistray Berbero. One moment. Sorry, I had to finish off my power bar. Arianche ventures off into Mire Lamentorum for some reason. For reasons unknown. You must tread carefully, else he might see since you're present. another one of these missions. Ah. I failed. So I need to stop there. Follower Yonjay. Okay, it's not as long as the one in Garlemald. Good.
Thine arrival is timely as ever. Thou didst chance to overhear my conversation with Living Way, I presume? 'Twas not mine intent to move in shadow. Nevertheless, I have been asked to do that and more yet again. Is it so plain that these strangers could intuit it at a glance? My capacity for silence and secrecy and duplicity? And Grahatir did contrive to deliver the first at the price of his own life. I was complicit in the scheme. A sacrifice averted for a mercy. Would that I could say the same for Minfilia. One life for one world. And by that bloody bargain brokered by my hand were the scions robbed of a dear comrade, and Flamine, her beloved daughter. Two souls, whose selflessness was beyond measure, whose resolve was unshakable. They would not be moved even had I thought to protest. But protest I did not. Far from it. I pushed them forward. No effort did I make to seek out alternatives, ones that would not demand such terrible costs. That resignation weigheth heavy on my mind, as does the memory of another lost to mine inaction. Dearest Moonbringer, who did face death unflinching, that we might secure a means to bring low the Ascians. In her hour of need, I did naught. Dutiful disciple of Louisoix, ever looking to the greater good. Had I shut mine eyes and bid her live instead, mayhap she would be with us today. Selfish wants, born of everlasting regrets. Most days I put them from my mind, but could think of naught else when asked to swallow the same bitter draught. Subterfuge and sacrifice. Mayhap the right moral choice, but one I regard with great trepidation. The calamity of Amarot was a tragedy beyond reckoning, one which must never again come to pass. Thus must we struggle, haunted by ghosts of those we have lost, clinging to those we pray we can yet save. But what of those we cannot? How do we make peace with the dreadful algebra of necessity?
Sometimes there's no right answer. Have faith in yourself and your decision. Take heart and protect those you can.
Sage counsel indeed. I see. Wisdom as befits a great worm. Curious that he should think thee in need of such encouragement. Strange. Scarcely can I remember when last we spoke alone, and so candidly. I thank thee. For all my supposed skill with words, I find it difficult to express such private thoughts. As for the Loporrit's proposition, I will take time and consider how to respond. 'Twould be to our mutual benefit if we could converse more openly with our aspiring caretakers. A concern I should be glad to address on the Scion's behalf. To dispense with all pretense and bare one's heart to another is a frightening thing indeed. But we cannot move forward ere we take that bold first step. A lesson I have learned many times before. And today.
What are they saying? Curse these ears! I've heard bugger all! No matter. We've got our plans.
The truth, in truth, my reason for traveling hither was to affect a pain, to effect a plan of my own, a plan which may pave the way forward for us all. May I? May I say, for there is no guarantee of success. 'Tis the reason I set out alone. That failure, should it come, would be my to bear alone. Yet thou hast yet thou standest before me with proffered hand and open heart. 'Twould be remiss of me to refuse thy amity, and so I ask, wouldst thou join in mine endeavor? I'm currently level 85. I get my next active ability at level 86. Hypervelocity traits Hypervelocity. Deliver an attack. Ooh, it's a continuation thing for Burst Strike. Setting things straight, Urianger is quite glad for your company. Thanks to I thank thee for accompanying me. 'Tis a simple plan, in truth. We shall not be long away from Bestray Burrow. Difficult decisions must needs be made in the coming days, and I nevertheless believe we are all of one mind in our desire to save the people of Aetheris. To make clear our resolve to the Loperites, I would offer them a gift, but its making doth require a most singular ingredient. Let's try and see if we can get some Aether cards while we're out here. To the north. An abundance of spagoni. Excellent. I chanced to spy this aggregation when crossing Zordiar's erstwhile prison. Using a spell taught to me by the Numo, I believe this shall suffice for the gift I would fashion. The magic requireth considerable concentration, however. Might I prevail upon thee to stand watch whilst I perform the incantation? Actually, I'm gonna cancel out of that because purple always means combat. I'm gonna summon my Chocobo in healer stance and ready up. Oh, there's another one. Destination. Surveying the area, you see no sign of potential threats. This would be a good opportunity to see how Oriandre is faring. Oriandre remains fixated on his work. There, 'tis done. A magic thing. Every ounce, as if as it efficacious as that crafted by the Numa. Rare is the occasion I would conjure mine own, but 'tis nevertheless a most useful skill. The resulting product is admittedly possessed of no preternatural properties, but its hue is one of mine own choosing, which I pray the Loporits will appreciate. With my joy, RJ, oh thanks goodness, I thought you had been eaten, or had perhaps fallen into a crater. Ishtola has been looking all over for you, Wolf Mage. She says she needs to speak with you about something most urgent. Dire, even. She was also quite clear that she wishes to speak with Wolf Mage alone, which means, I'm afraid, you must stay behind, Oriandre. But not to worry. But worry not. It just so happens we need your help with an errand. Delivering a package from the Watcher's place to Bessray Burrow. It's quite large and heavy, perhaps even too heavy for we poor Loporits. And we would be ever so grateful if you could lend us a hand. That's suspiciously convenient. Are you insinuating I would betray the trust of Heidel's chosen? Or worse, do anything to risk getting on Yashtola's bad side? She's clearly not one to be crossed, nor made to wait. Now off with you. Worry not, Wolf Mage. I shan't be long. Oh, back so soon? Everything is alright with the Oriage then? That's a relief. Oh, Mage, we thought you would be away for longer. A dire emergency. I said no such thing. But as you are here, I could use your assistance with a small matter. Running Way? A companion of Growing Ways apparently has much to tell us of the final days. The problem, however, is that he is determined to live up to his name, refusing to stay still long enough for us to hold a conversation. Is there anything else? Is there any way out? Is there anywhere he's likely stopped to rest? Or perhaps there's a way to slow him down? What's the rush? I was thinking we should wait here, maybe enjoy a cold mug of carrot juice. And no. Well, if it's really that important to you, you can try using these balls of mouse flesh, not to be confused with the other thing. Running away is rather nimble. Features is his insistent chatter. So you'll have no trouble finding him in a crowd. And when you do, try lobbing your ball at him. Rude, but if it proves effective, he was here in greatest Endvale when last I saw him. Let us split up and find him. Oh, that's smart. If this is was meant to be a bad joke, it isn't funny. Yeah, I'm still paying attention to chat as much as I can. Hmm? Yes, I'm running away. Do you mind explaining why you hit me in the face with your balls of mouse flesh? I'm highly knowledgeable about the final days. Huh, that's the most ridiculous thing I've heard since I woke up. Who told you that joke? As if I as if you've got time as if we've got time to look into the final days when there's no such there's so much to do before the great voyage. It's true that Heidelin did impart to us some knowledge of events, but I know about as much as any other Loperat around here, less probably. I don't know why anyone would think it's funny to go around telling people I'm an expert, but they'd better hope I don't get my paws on them. Sorry, I can't be of more help, but if there's nothing else, I've work to do. Underground maintenance? Okay, thank you for telling me. So I have until, let me check my calendar, the 26th. I have about a week and a half. That should be enough time. Hopefully. And I'm off. Loperats are being mischievous. Or at least so it seems. Oh no, you caught him? I mean, well done. Any luck? I tried near the entrance, but there's no sign of him. I could find neither hide nor hair of him. How did you fare? So he knows no more than the others. Care to explain yourself, growing away? Well, you see, I misremembered. Yes, that's it. I misremembered. Terribly sorry about that. We're afraid I'm drawing a blank, though. Try as I might, I can't remember who I was thinking of. On an unrelated note, what of Oriange? I assume you spoke with him earlier, but did he say when he would be returning? On his way to the Watcher's place with Livingway. between Growing Way's sudden lapse in memory and our luck with the lead and with other leads, maybe our time would be better spent lending Oriandre a hand. What the? Hold on a moment. The information you're looking for is in the archives. Yes, that's where you'll find all sorts of knowledge, including that pertaining to the final days. Yeah, that makes sense. I'm beginning to grow tired of these games. If some scheme was afoot, surely Oriandre would be the first to see through it. Then again, he does tend to give others the benefit of the doubt. Heart of the matter. Growing Way is fidgeting with nerves, with nervous energy, and it is from excitement, but is it from excitement or worry? Oh, what to do? Oh, what to do? What to do? Living way. I promise living way I'd help, but no. I promise I'd help, and so that's what I'll do. The archives are on the second floor of the main plaza, the eastern wing. Follow me. I suspect the Lopperids are up to something, but if there's aught to be learned of the final days, I think it's best we play along, for now at least. Where's that teleporter? Teleporter isn't as close as I thought it was. I thought that was a teleporter. Upper level teleporter. What? There's no door there. I mean, there is a door, but there's nowhere to go. What other knowledge do you suppose we could glean from their archives? The architecture of this place is impressive, though more than a little confusing to navigate. Is it too much to ask for clearly marked exits, or a map, or perhaps? The archives are right through this door, but it seems to be locked. I guess we'll have to go and find whoever has the key. Going away enough. If you have naught else to tell us of the final days, you need to only say so. We can ill afford to be wasting time here, as you well know. Did you yourselves not tell us that we must act quickly? Yes, we did, but the moon was to be a perfect paradise for the people of Aetheris, and we are running out of time to make everything ready for their arrival. We hoped you'd see the wonders we had to offer, but you've found nothing but faults and flaws in our work. Only one of you saw our potential, so you others must be kept here. That's Living Way's game. Run us about in circles, and failing that, lock us away so we can't put the plan at risk. Everyone except Ariane. He understands what is at stake, what must be done. I fear you've misjudged us, Growing Way. Never have we decried the notion of using the moon as a means of escape. That said, my heart breaks at the thought of abandoning Aetheris and her reflections to their doom. If there is a way to avert the final days, I wish to find it. We all do. We may fail, but our efforts would never be at the expense of your plan. But why would you take that risk? There's no room for ifs and maybes now. The people of Aetheris will escape here to the moon. They'll be safe, and we'll finally get to see all their happy smiling faces. I'm sorry, but we can't let you leave. We just can't. Do what you must, but try not to hurt them. I'll be back in a moment. Don't do anything rash while I'm gone. If we delay, they'll overwhelm us with sheer numbers. I say we knock these ones out and split up, and make our way to the exit. Agreed. Let us reconvene where Agros awaits outside. Oh, good thing I'm able to have my chocobo for this, because these are all DPS classes. That they are. Except this one. This one's actually a healer. There we go. Loppers Nox Sexlas. senseless. Growing Away actually has some HP. I actually had to put an effort in on Growing Away. Goodbye. Can I just leave? Yeah. In that case, I'm going to go about halfway here. In fact, I'm going to mount up. Oh look, there's a Aether Current. Nice. Hi, Eddie. And we go in this way. Banquet. There you are. Did enough. Don't rough them up too badly, did you? Oh, Agros just not so bad. Good, you're here. We must hurry to the Watcher's palace and find Oriange.
And what, pray tell, do we seek at the Watcher's Palace?
Oh, come off it, friend. You know full well why we're here. The time has come for you to return to Etheris and help your brethren prepare for their journey here and beyond.
Forgive me, Living Way, but I cannot in good conscience proceed with this plan.
Huh? But what about the final days? The death and the doom? Oh, we have to hurry before it's too late.
Your unflagging commitment to your duty is endearing, to say the least.
Oh, bugger!
Be at ease. They bear you no grudge, nor do I. How could we, having come to understand your purpose? For millennia, you and yours worked tirelessly towards the singular purpose of this heavenly vessel's construction. An arduous feat by any measure. 'Tis clear you have spared no effort. Why, your very names are a testament to your dedication.
Our names? I'm not sure I understand what you're getting at.
Names are an expression of the self, a declaration of one's hopes and aspirations. Your use of contemporary, uncomplicated nomenclature doth ensure clarity of purpose. There can be no doubt that your love for the people of Aetheris is boundless and pure.
Yes! Yes! A most mellifluous phrasing! We Loporrits were born of Hydaelyn's love for Aetheris. That shining, shimmering blue jewel, brightest star in the sky, brimming with life and possibilities. For as long as I can remember, I've toiled in anticipation of the day when this vessel might be needed. All I've ever wanted was to meet those she cherished so dearly. To serve and serve well. That goes for all of us, don't you see? So help us. Help us help them. Lead them here where we can keep them safe. If there's anything wrong with what we've built, we'll fix it. We'll make it right.
Your works want not for repair. Yet there remaineth much for you to learn of men, and your own kin besides. Singing Way, thy name bespeaketh more than the simple marriage of rhythm and rhyme. The songs of Aetheris are beyond counting, and span the length and breadth of emotion. Maps are monuments to man's pioneering spirit and his devotion to charting the furthest reaches of our star. Many have devoted their lifetimes to exploratory pursuits, to venture unto the highest mountains and the deepest oceans in search of unknown frontiers. And thou, my friend, I do not think we've met.
My name is Puddingway.
Puddingway? Yes, indeed. A name of deep and abiding... A judicious application of fey magics at a later juncture may be appropriate. And Living Way. 'Tis no easy feat to convey the significance of thy moniker. When I was a bookish boy, a dear friend of mine was fond of peppering me with questions as I read, to my occasional annoyance. One day, I posed to her a question of mine own. What doth it mean to live? After much contemplation, she proffered this answer. The anticipation of a half-read story's conclusion. The hope today's mistake may serve as tomorrow's lesson. The wish that a new acquaintance may one day call thee friend. She believed it to be all these moments and more.
I want to understand, but...
I, too, still labor to find mine own answer. 'Twould be my pleasure to assist you and yours in embarking on a journey of self-discovery and enlightenment. For thee. Ink as blue as the waters of Aetheris. Made in haste, though I assure thee, the quality has not suffered for it. The people need not be persuaded by honeyed words. Nay, I have faith they shall do what is right in due course. Until they do, I beg your patience, friends. And with that ink, let us fill the empty pages of Living Way's compendium. An open exchange of ideas will surely afford you all a better understanding of modern man, and with it, ideas for improvements and renovations. But more importantly, it shall empower us to together find a way forward.
I hope you're right. Thank you for this lovely gift.
There you have it. I shall remain with the Loporrits to ensure that all is in order. Though we must needs prepare for every eventuality, you would all agree that the evacuation of our star is a last resort. To accept failure is to accept the demise not only of our star, but that of Reen's, of all reflections, and the souls that call them home. Which is why I have every faith that you shall fight to the last, that such drastic measures may prove unnecessary.
Should the worst come to the worst, and I pray deeply that it won't, I'll take comfort in knowing preparations were made under your watchful eye.
Aye, thou mayest be assured that if calamity cometh, not a soul will be left behind, if being the operative term.
That flower, how came it to be in your possession? How very like her. Guided by its light, you may come to know her true intentions which remain a mystery even to us. In our time, we called it Elpis. Would you do well to remember that the name.
I hate to interrupt, but I feel like I need to make amends for all the secrecy.
Think nothing of it. We haven't been the most gracious of guests. Do convey our apologies to Growing Way and the others.
But of course! And when next we welcome more guests from Etheris, we'll have learned to be much more hospitable hosts. Oh, and circling back to the matter of inappropriate secrecy, we ought to discuss our benefactors.
Agreed. The Charlayan Forum, yes?
What? How did you know?
The more I heard, the more obvious it became. The Forum's aims align closely with those of your anonymous patrons. A telling coincidence would be an understatement. Though had we not taken it upon ourselves to peruse certain restricted tones in Labyrinthos, we might still be unaware of their plans. But let us continue this discussion upon our return. I dare say we have kept Alphino and the others waiting long enough.
The others will be so happy to hear Ariandra is going to stay and teach us all about Atheris. We'll, we'll have to be careful and not get too distracted from his lessons. There's still maintenance to carry out, after all. Nice to meet you. Name's Puddingway. Sorry again for all the trouble. We promise we'll do better. Honest. Well, that was all rather embarrassing, wasn't it? At least we're not the same... At least we're on the same page now. People and Atheris. We'll save both. Or at least give it a good try. Make sure everyone listens to Ariandra, would you? Tell Growing Way to look... Tell Growing Way I look forward to our next walk together. I like Growing Way. That was a bit of luck. I will. I'm sure he'll be glad to hear it. There is little I can do to stop the final days, but should you need to know of star travel, look no further. Such knowledge I can offer in abundance, so do not hesitate if you find yourself wanting. The Loporrits think so highly of the people of Atheris, yet it seems this evacuation plan is the only way they know how to express their adoration. If we had been more clear in our intentions from the start, mayhap we could have avoided this wrinkle. Something to keep in mind in the future. A declaration of hope and aspiration. I hadn't thought of it that way before. The Loporrits may be in good hands now, but that doesn't change the fact that their plan is a last resort I'd rather not employ. Let's see it doesn't come to that, for the first and all the other reflections. I chanced to spy you crossing the chasm, and I feared something was amiss. But all is well, and more importantly, I have been given the opportunity to behold a wonderful sight. Keep the Alphabis close, and its light will be your guide. Was a relief to see Living Way was pleased with my gift of ink. To serve and serve well, though their knowledge may be lacking, their boundless love is a blessing without peer. It will be no easy task to prepare them for what must be done, but gladly do I embrace this duty, even if it doth necessitate that we part ways for a time. Give me an audience, and I have the utmost faith. Forgive me my absence, but I have the utmost faith in you, in all our fellow scions. Then, when next I return to Atheris, I pray I find you all in good health and good spirits. Returning home, Your excursion on the moon concluded. Y'shtola is keen to return to Etheirys. With the Loperts in Urianger's capable hands, we needn't worry about affairs here in our absence. Knowing now the face of their earthly collaborators, there is much to discuss with Alphinoda the others. Let us return to the Tower of Babel. Our battle for the star will soon begin in earnest, and we must be prepared. I was heading the wrong way. I just realized something. What are creatures made of light called? Sin Eaters. What are most of the creatures on the moon made of? They're mostly made of light. Meaning these are likely Sin Eaters. Or a good equivalent. Y'shtola? I'd forgotten how cold it was here in Garlemald. A testament to the Loperts' ingenuity that I felt no such discomfort on the moon. Gods, I can scarcely believe we went to the moon and back. I mean, they would make a good equivalent given that the creatures on the moon are kind of purely made of light. Specifically, most of the enemies. But we have time to reflect on that later. Right now, we need to head back to Camp Broken Glass and deliver a thoroughly detailed report to Lucia. I'd like very much to know how everyone is getting on here as well. They'd only just begun to treat the tempered prisoners when we left. I share your curiosity, but warning our allies of the final days is of greater importance. I speak not only of the contingent, of course. The head of state of every nation must know what we have learned. We know not when or where or in what manner the final days will begin to manifest, and so we must see that everyone is prepared. Agreed. Though we may wish wish to stress the importance of discretion, lest the public be sent into a panic. Not that anyone in a position of responsibility should need to be told as much, but it bears repeating. Anyway, first things first, to Camp Broken Glass. But yeah, I think some of the enemies on the moon are the source's closest equivalent to Sin Eaters, given that the moon is made of pure light, and the enemies up there are pretty much made of pure light as well. They're not exact Sin Eaters, but they are the closest equivalent you have in the source. Well, it's stated during the questline that the moon is made of Hydaelyn's power, which is the power of stasis, the power of light. So, that is why I am saying this. It is stated during the questline that the moon is made of Hydaelyn's power. It literally just stated it during the questline. More specifically, it stated it when the Watcher was explaining things to the group. If you want to go back and watch that cutscene. It either stated it then or when the Loporrits were explaining things. One of the two. But it did state that. And the reason it is made of light is because it has to house Zodiac, who is pure darkness. It's good to see you all again. No worse for your lunar adventure, I hope. We've done what we can for now, and believe me, we intend to tell you all about it. But before we do, might you tell us what became of Garlemald in our absence? We succeeded in subduing the Tempered inside the Tower of Babel. We took many alive, but combined with those who were already in our custody, the number required to care has grown exponentially. The inclement conditions here have made it difficult, if not impossible, to treat them here. So we have petitioned the aid of the allied nations. Some are understandably hesitant to proffer assistance, particularly those that were but recently subject to imperial occupation. That said, several others have agreed to grant them refuge for treatment. With the assistance of your fellow scions, we endeavored to see them safely transported and subsequently cured of their temporary. Will all the Tempered be relocated? Not all, no. We have sufficient shelter and to attend to those whose treatment has begun, and enough healers have volunteered to remain until the patients have recovered. Julius is one such patient, though he is not yet fit to receive visitors. Truth be told, it would be a miracle it was a miracle he and those in his company were not harmed in the chaos. If not for Alphinaud and Alize's timely assistance, I dare say none of them would be with us today. In light of recent developments, have the Alliance leaders come to any decision regarding Garlemald? Given the tremendous ramifications of what has happened here, if it will take time to determine what must be done. In the meantime, they intend to work with with the Eastern Alliance to keep a close watch over the provinces. We have other news to share. Shortly after Anima was defeated, we received reports of each and every tower has vanished. For Mercy, the process was apparently not quite as violent as that you experienced in Thavnir. Those who were trapped within them have been rescued and are receiving treatment. To hasten this endeavor, the beast tribes have received instruction in the magic needed to cure tempering. Master Matoria is no doubt thrilled the Mother Porxy afforded her so many visitors. Yes, we are grateful for her ongoing efforts, as well as those of our comrades near and far. As for the contingent, several of our members have been granted leave to return to their homelands after the transfer of the tempered has been completed. Lucia and I will remain along with a small force to continue offering aid to those here in Garlemald. The Empire may be no more, but there are yet those who call these lands home. I believe that accounts for events here, so what of the moon and the Telophori? The final days, gods, I prayed your victory would mark the end of our troubles. There is still much we do not know, but the Alliance leaders must be told. Would you be willing to contact them in our stead? Yes, of course. I will send word forthwith. We'll also release your fellow scions from their present duties, that they may return to Charlian. Your energies are better spent finding a means to avert the coming apocalypse. Speaking of your fellow scions, you will be happy to hear that Mistress Kyle, though still on the mend, has been moved to the Baldusian Annex and given unto Tataru's care. Thank you. I look forward to seeing them both upon our return. Let us be on our way then. last thing, if I may. After your confrontation with Zodiac, you said Xenos took his leave, and in all likelihood he has returned here to Garlemald. I have a mind to dispatch scouts to try and ascertain his whereabouts, but first Wash wished to ask if you believe there is a merit to doing so. If they find him, they would not likely live to tell the tale. I suppose you're right. To dispatch good soldiers in pursuit of such a beast would be to send them to their death. Pray forget I entertained the notion. On the subject of Xenos, the 10th Legion has made an official proclamation. They denounced the Crown Prince and condemned his condemn his role in the Empire's downfall. His very title has become a source of shame among his former subjects, and its continued use serves only to hinder relations with foreign nations. For this reason, he has been declared as Xenos Vater Gapvis, outcast and enemy of Garlemald. Yeah, it is. Vandaniel is no more, and now his own people turn against him. It seems he's not but his bloodlust. It seems he's not but his own bloodlust to keep him company. Better that than an army to see it sated. At any rate, I will not keep you longer. I pray you safe passage back to Charlian. And yeah, the thunder ambiance is really, really fitting. Is it raining or just thunder? Nope, just thunder. Anyway, I'm gonna step away to quickly get some drink. BRB! I have returned. Just need to flavor my water. We got strawberry, watermelon, water poisoning, and ring bit pine. Okay, my water is flavored. I have ice water that is flavored. Quick drink. Okay. Okay. Valdesian Annex. Gonna close my map. Oh, Kryle's back up. Let's see. Kataru! Oh, it's so good to see you and free from Chilbans. Chilbans? I take it? You'll be pleased to know everything's been kept in order since you've been away. I even brought a few useful knickknacks with me back from home. From back home. But no sooner had they arrived than I received word Kryle in poor health. And you on the moon. If you meant to give me a fright, you succeeded. Let's see if we can find Alpinoda and Alize. Let's see, they're not out here by the training dummy? Nope. Let's check the entrance hall. For Graha, Alpinoda, and Alize. Nope, they're nowhere to be found. Welcome back, Wolf Mage. We were so terribly worried about you. Though it is plain I have caused my own fair share of worry, and for that I apologize. Heidelin called to me that day when you entered the Tower of Babel. Her pleas were faint but desperate, and I knew at once she required a vessel to carry out her will. What came after feels like a dream barely remembered, my body flowing through the life stream towards Garlemald. when I regained consciousness, I was all aches and frostbite, exhausted of ether, and so exhausted. In fact, I could only laugh, for it was in that moment I understood Raha's weariness from the Tower of Zod. Would that I could laugh at a time like this, though we prevented Zodiac from being unleashed upon the world. I am curious to know what else took place there on the moon. Perhaps we should wait for the others before you give your account. Let us convene in the main hall once they've arrived. Sorry to have kept you all waiting. Not at all. I understand you've been quite busy. Will Urianjin be joining us? Duty keeps him away, I'm afraid, though Wolfmage can explain way better than I can. I hope this is voice acted. It's not. The final days, as befell our Amarat. And we are to escape via the moon. Wait, what if the source and its reflections? I have no intention of standing by while the world falls to ruin. So how do we stop this? Unfortunately, we have no answers at this point. If the celestial current have grown stagnant, as was the case in the time of Amarat, the situation would be to alter the flow of aether, all aether throughout the entirety of the star. The ancients accomplished this through summoning Zodiac, sacrificing half the star's population in doing so, in the doing. But it should go without saying that such a sacrifice cannot be repeated. Which leaves us with the daunting task of identifying the underlying catalyst for the final days, and a feat which even the Emeraldi could not accomplish. Unfortunately, we found no clues in Mare Lamentorum. There's still much we do not. There's still much we do not. Yeah, You know that powder stuff I just put in my drink? Some of it's stuck in my throat and it's causing me to cough. It's not that I'm sick or anything. It did mix in quite it's not fun. There's still much we do not know about the catastrophe itself, let alone what may have caused it. The final days were marked by the corruption of the Amarante's creation magic, but we command no such power, which invites the question, what havoc is in store for us? If we know that much, perhaps we could draw some parallels with events of the past, and thereby form some semblance of plan. Perhaps we should start with the forum, then having worked with the lab, then having learned it. Perhaps we should start with the forum then. Having worked with the Loppers in secret all this time, there's surely more they can tell us. Forgive the interruptions, but I have urgent news. The forum is holding a public assembly in the plaza outside. Some sort of announcement. What is Father up to now? There's only one way to find out.
Order! Order, I say! I thank you all for gathering here on such short notice. This day we must speak of grave affairs and their implications for the future of Sharlayan, nay, of this very star. Said affairs concern all citizens, and so we have called for a public assembly. You may have heard rumors of the Talopheroi, and the havoc these madmen wreak abroad. Under normal circumstances, we would pay little heed to petty disturbances outside our borders. The final days, however, are another matter altogether. For we dare not ignore these prophetic words of Eld. The Endbearers will come, ushering chaos and calamity. The final days descend and devour the very star.
I've never heard this prophecy.
Is it true? Will all that really happen?
Calm yourselves. The time has come to speak of the Forum's most sacred duties. But first,
Give voice to the voiceless. Let bindings be unbound. By unanimous decree, I declare the enchantment broken.
Master Le Veilleur, if you would.
Very well. "270 years ago, our forebears began an expedition in the Dravanian hinterlands, in search of a route to access the ethereal sea. This much is public knowledge. Their findings, however, would become the Forum's most closely guarded secret. What those researchers discovered in the hinterlands was not a passage unto the ethereal sea, but the very heart of our star, and Hydaelyn herself. She spoke to them of a calamity that would extinguish all life, and of a means by which we might be spared. The moon. 'Tis in truth a gargantuan vessel built to serve as sanctuary for her children, and deliver them from this doom. Much like Nunkref's hope in ages past, it will bear the people of a world in the throes of death to a new home.
Needless to say, this will be no small undertaking. To facilitate the great work, the Forum has maintained close contact with the servants of Hydaelyn, who presently reside on the moon. Convinced that the foretold end was all but inevitable, we began amassing a wealth of knowledge, not merely for the betterment of our nation, but in preparation for the journey to come.
You reveal this to us now? By the gods, how long do we have?
While we cannot say with certainty, we believe the hour to be nigh. We received a transmission from the moon suggesting as much not long ago. Which is why we must in earnest begin preparations for the great exodus. For his impressive contributions, and the leadership he demonstrated during our withdrawal from Dravania, we have elected Master Le Veilleur to oversee this initiative.
Fellow scribes and scholars, my countrymen, we face a threat of unprecedented scale. We must challenge the trials before us with composure and conviction if we are to find salvation. The wisdom of Sharlayan has ever been a shining beacon in the darkness, and so it shall continue to be. It is our solemn charge to see our heritage preserved for future generations. For those who will come after, we will brave a new frontier.
Administrative edicts will be relayed to all major institutions ere long. In the meantime, carry on with your duties. With that, I hereby call this assembly to a close.
Do you remember what Mother told us when we visited home? that it wasn't until after we were born that Father seemed to lose himself in his work. If that great work of his was the evacuation of this star, then...
Yes. It wasn't for his benefit. Would you mind waiting here a moment? I wish to speak with Father before we leave.
Keep it civil, eh?
I may look daggers at him, but I will neither speak nor draw them.
If it's all the same to you, I have a few choice words to share with Father as well.
So, come to call us cowards and bid us join your fruitless battle against the inevitable.
Nay, we do not object to the Forum's proposal. On the contrary, those who wish to flee have every right to do so. Urianger is cooperating with your associates on the moon to ensure that all is ready should evacuation be our only recourse.
Then whatever your business, I suggest you be brief.
Though we cannot boast the boundless wisdom of Sharlayan, we have first-hand knowledge of foreign cultures, and have conversed with no small number of peoples. These experiences have taught us fundamental truths that cannot be recorded in any tome, nor charted on any map. The beating heart of this planet is its people, many of whom would give anything, even their lives, to protect the lands they love. Many may choose to join you in the end. But what of those unwilling or unable, for whom escape will never be an option? What would you have them do? To ignore the plight of those one might conceivably save is not wisdom, Father. It is indolence. This is why we choose to fight.
We'll not ask for your understanding, Father. Only that you don't turn a blind eye to the good we have done, that we can still do. We're not children in need of protection. Hold fast to your principles and let the world burn if it please. But we believe there is still another way. And if there is, we will find it. You see if we don't.
Do as you will. Just stay out of our way.
Were he not so consumed with self-righteousness, he might tell you how proud he is of you both.
Bold words call for bold action. And there'll be no turning to your father should plans go awry.
As if I ever would. So long as there are those who wish to stay and fight for this star, we have to do what we can to help them.
And if we're to do that, we'll need to be well rested. Wouldn't you agree? And having triumphed over what we once thought to be the source of all evil, I can think of no one in greater need of at least a dozen winks.
Shall we then? To the Annex, to prepare for tomorrow.
Oh, I don't care about the fact that the Hrothgar and Vera in the forum don't wear hats. I, in fact, hate how the forum outfit looks. Also, yeah, the twins. The poor twins. It is ugly as fuck, that forum outfit. Kyle tells me the forum made a rather momentous announcement, so there's to be a great exodus. I'm reminded of my narrow escape from the Isle of Val, and the realization, the mixture of relief and regret after why me. I ask myself, why me? Why us? Why now? I wonder. Why wonder? There's no use fretting over the cosmic morality or lack thereof. We're here, and we'll get through this together. And who knows? Maybe my luck will rub off it and grant everyone a narrow escape. There's no harm in praying for as much. Oh, but enough of my ramblings. I'm sure you're exhausted. Your chamber awaits. A visitor has come knocking at your door. Whoever could it be? Grahatia. Grahatako.
Oh, apologies. I didn't mean to. If you could spare a moment before bed. Thank you. I fear this may be the last quiet night we have to talk for quite some time. I am troubled of late. Unwarranted concerns, perhaps. I hope. Nevertheless, I feel compelled to share them with you. Though you have bested your enemies thus far, Xenos and even Zodiac, your victories have come at a considerable cost to yourself. No one is without their limits, and you are no exception. I worry the added weight of the final days will prove more than you can bear. It is surely too much for any one man. But you needn't bear it alone. Let me share your burden. My, carrying capacity pales in comparison to yours, but I could still help. Shoulder the occasional satchel from your ever-growing mountain of, baggage. You have already done so much to help relieve me of mine own encumbrances. 'Tis only fair that I repay you in kind. Of course, it needn't be only troubles we share. Moments of joy may seem few and far between now, but there will come a time when we look back fondly on this journey. The inquiry at the Forum, our march through the snows of Garlemald, our impromptu dinner in this very room. All of it. And that is to say nothing of the journeys yet to come, to the ends of the world and beyond. But tomorrow will be no less busy than today, and I've kept you from your rest long enough. Sleep well, my friend.
A short while earlier in the Almeeking Quarter.
Thank the gods that tower is gone. The sight of it was enough to make me sick.
Thank the Ilsebar contingent, more like. Word is, they fought their way into Garlemald and toppled the bloody thing themselves. Not just the one, neither. All the towers have up and vanished.
Aye, I heard the same. Commander Aldin and his troops helped keep casualties to a minimum, too. But is it true they brought back tempered Garlean soldiers?
As Commander Aldin tells it, they've a treatment for that now. But don't you worry. Cured or not, they've no plans to bring them into the city proper.
I see. Well, that's a relief then. I know we've brothers and sisters among the lot, but I can't say I'm eager to welcome them home.
Wanted to think about it for a while yet. They're to be looked after in Alagana for the time being.
Meanwhile, in Ishgard.
Another day, another commission of paramount importance. Well, what have we here? Hey, are you all right? Was that? No. The shadows play tricks, nothing more. The towers are gone, and the Garlean threat has abated. And yet, why does it feel as though it's about to get much, much worse?
Yeah, if only Aaronvile knew. Skies aflame. Tataru's furrowed brow is cus cons Tataru's furrows her brow in custern. I can't read that word. Oh, Wolf Mage. I was just about to call for you. I'm afraid we've received another call for assistance. This one comes from Radzatan. The others have assembled in the main hall to discuss the situation. You must join them at once. Oh, there you are. Our worst have come to pass. Our worst fears have come to pass. But moments ago, we received grim tidings from our contact in Radzatan. Vile beasts have appeared as if out of nowhere, claiming one victim after another, the next. What's more, they say the very sky burns above them. Good gods, are the final days upon us? It would appear so. Sadly, that's all the information we have at present. No doubt the people of Radzatan are busy fighting for their lives. Then we must go at once. They need our help. Agreed. Kryl, you'd best remain here with Tataru to gather what knowledge you can. You are in no condition for a long journey, I imagine. Very well. Smaller phenomena may have been observed elsewhere, and if so, we must know about it at once. Be safe out there, yes? Also, I know this is spoilers for some people in chat, but it's not for me. I love that Kryl is getting a freaking update in Dawn Trail. Or upgrading Dawn Trail. Let's make first for Yitlimard. We must prepare ourselves for what may lie ahead. Yes. She deserves the upgrade she is getting. Hugs for Kryl. She's not even a white mage, she's a conjurer. Yeah, but she's been sidelined for too fucking long. She deserves her time to shine.
And lo, vile beasts did rise. Leaving naught in their wake but blood and ash. Sun scorches earth and boils seas. And our sins ascend unto the heavens. Three dooms to unmake all we were.
The sky burns. The final days are truly upon us.
My friends, I trust you have heard the news.
We have. What can you tell us of the situation, Your Excellency?
Last night, the Isle was rocked by tremors, and the earth itself cried out. Aloft, the heavens began to burn. From all about, unholy beasts, the likes of which we had never seen, came forth in fury and rage. No. To say they came forth would be inexact. The people of Radzat-Han themselves transformed into these baleful fiends. Though the phenomenon was observed throughout our lands, the first creature, the largest and most dreadful of the lot, wrought havoc upon us here in our fair city. Though they bear superficial resemblance to divinities of legend, they are ungodly abominations. The people decry them as blasphemies. The large one's rampage has since taken it to the northern reaches of the island. I mean to dispatch our radiant host in an attempt to quell the threat.
And what of Vritra?
Vritra too makes for the north of his own accord, and yet he knows the blasphemy and its minions were but yesterday his beloved people. I pray his boundless compassion and mercy does not deter him from taking unenviable but necessary action.
Understood. I ask that you allow us to aid you in quelling this threat.
You would risk your lives to help us yet again? I have no words to express my gratitude. Our regiments approach the north from several directions, with a number of units set to depart from the docks of Yedlimat. They will make landfall in an area of dense jungle, where one can expect to encounter dangers even beyond the fell beasts we hunt. I leave you to your preparation. You will find me at the docks when you are ready to depart.
So who wants to join me for a dungeon?
We're as prepared as we'll ever be. Let's go.
Everyone has assembled, yes. I thank you for lending us your aid in the battle against the blasphemy. Let us review the plan of attack. I would have you board this boat and circle around to the north side of the isle. There you will find a dense jungle we call Ffxiv. It is a sacred wood, home to many temples and a number of villages. Ritra and the Radiant hosts have gone there ahead of us. I ask that you join them and do all in your power to destroy the blasphemy. Vespati, now accessible. So who wants to do Vespati with me? You up for it? Eddie? Oh, you're right there. You right? Vespati. Vespati, not to be confused with my biscotti biscuits. I have my tank stance on.
My friends, heed me. These are children of Ffxiv. Forgive me. I could do them no harm.
Here we go.
If this is the only way, I shall silence the beasts of the air. Pray continue onward.
Ritra is such a good bean. I mean, he doesn't want to hurt his people. He's a good person. Good Durgan. I do not know this boss fight. Oh, go to the closed mouth. Yeah, I suck at that part. I suck at doing those spinning hand things. Pray that I got the right one. Nice.
What is this vile presence I sense? The horde draweth near. Be on your guard.
This is actually the dungeon I need for gear. going to do a big pull, but the healer decided to put down a bubble, which is fine. There we go. Nice. Not for me. ready check, and launch. There we go. Okay, I'll be right back. I have to... There we go. I think I need to take my meds. There we go. Nothing for me. In that loot box. Let's see. No disciple. No tank gear. Okay. Now I'm the target. Ooh, new gunblade. Blasphemy. The barn. Dun, 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 dun. Let's go. Yeet. Nice. Oh, I can use that for my solar. Nice.
As I feared.
What is it?
The beast was there, and now it is no more. Yes?
Indeed. We saw it plain. But you didn't, did you?
I saw nothing. Not the blasphemy that perished here, nor the other men turned beasts. And because of this, I now see all too well. There is no ether. Where the creatures should be, I saw naught but emptiness.
Emptiness? But that would mean...
Recall the words of the Watcher. 'Twas a stagnancy of ether, a cessation of flow, leading to decay and absence, that led the ancients to conclude their star was dying. This is the same phenomenon. The instant these people are seized by the transformation, their ether begins to rot and crumble away like dried mud. Until, from their corporeal forms to their very souls, naught remains.
But the beast spoke with its dying breath. Surely at least a sliver of the man it was endured.
Mayhap so. But even if the process was incomplete, it was little more than a faint residue.
Gods be good. You're saying they cannot be saved?
Not by any means known to me. Or by any means at all, like as not. For there is naught left to save.
They return not even to the ethereal sea.
The beasts rage on, their hunger insatiable. Even deprived of their master, they perpetuate his legacy of hate. Once proud sons and daughters of Thavnir, all of them, and now I spill their blood.
Vitra, my friends, I am heartened to see you safe. You put your secret at risk. Those closest to me already know the truth. A truth I must now share with one and all. Vitra, calamity has come to Radzatan. Our fair nation is rent by screams of pain and despair. More than ever, we require a strong leader to shepherd us through the storm. Reveal your true self to our people, Vitra, and guide us to salvation.
What madness is this, I-One? Thou dost forget thyself. Were we to reveal our duplicity, it would do naught but foster confusion and chaos. Nay, I shall remain the Satrap's loyal ally, and do battle with the beasts. Easing hearts and leading the people to safety is thy task, and thine alone. I ask that you remain at Ahewan's side, and render unto him what aid you may. I know not what lies ahead, but without you, Radzetan will not survive.
Take me with you. I am as at home fighting in the air as I am on land. Take me with you.
Were my words unclear? I require no assistance. Thy place is at Ahewan's side.
Estinian, here. It's the last thing you ever wanted. A link pearl. We'd gain much from knowing your elevated perspective. And it'll keep you from getting lonely, which I know you loathe.
You heard the man. Seems I'm coming with you after all.
Then I pray thy grip is iron. Be it on thy head if thou dost chance to fall.
Fair enough. Now, shall we?
I fear it is as Vitra says. We will not survive this on our own. While I am loath to impose upon you again,
I would insist if you did not. 'Tis the very reason we have come.
then once more I find myself without words to thank you properly. Let us return to the capital and plan our next course of action.
And given that we have completed a dungeon, completed a trial, and completed the moon, as well as gotten into our next step into Radzetan, I think that's a good point to stop the stream today. I hope you guys enjoyed my stream. I hope you guys stop by again. Until next time, I've been Wolfmage1011. I'll see you guys then. Bye!